Hello, 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 everybody. It is Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not doing it. One day I'm gonna get y'all. One day I'm gonna do the thing, and y'all are gonna be so surprised. Or not. I don't know. I'm not your fucking dad. Hello, everybody. Also, Salem Audio, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Spirit. I'm just a little guy. Sometimes a spider, mostly an imp. I stream for fun. Well, thank you. I guess I am pretty cute. So, what were you doing? You were playing music. Oh, okay. Good stretch. Thank you. But, you were playing music. Oh, that's really cool, actually. I've always wanted to learn piano, or just any musical instrument, honestly, but it's a lot of work. Not that I don't want to do the work, it's more like it's difficult to find the resources and people that have the knowledge to help you get better. Just trying to learn it on your own using videos and shit ain't really the same as proper music lessons. Resist the temptation. Control thyself for at least a little while. I've got harmonicas. I mean, here's hoping it's not too loud. I bought like 3 different harmonicas late last year because I wanted to play them, but didn't really get around to it. I mean, I played them, I just didn't play them well. Let's see, I'm gonna back my mic up a little bit, so... See, I don't know how to play music on it, that's the thing, because it requires a lot of breath control. But, a jaw harp. I think that's something, I think Zito has one of those. I vaguely remember him talking about a thing like that. I don't know what a jaw harp is. Or I vaguely know. But, Salem, thank you for the raid. I hope you enjoyed playing the piano. That's actually really cool, though. I don't think I've seen a lot of people that just play music on Twitch like that. Like, there's people that, like, do music production. There's people that, like, will, you know, probably against their better judgment, stream just music they shouldn't be streaming. But I don't think I've really seen anybody play piano. So that's really neat. But don't feel obligated to stick around on our account. If you gotta hop away, get food, water, anything else, do not hesitate. Don't feel obligated to stick around. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Sure, I'll look it up. What am I looking for? Jaw harp. Yes, Zito does have one of these. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yeah, as soon as you said boing boing, like for Appalachian, whatever, I was like, yep. Here, for those who can't hear it, obviously. And a 1 and a 2. And a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's so funny. I love music. Gonna hop away for a little nap. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your nap, and thanks to the raid. But yes, welcome on in. Pink, Trip, Sab, Shadow, Main, Trip. Wait, I said your name already. Fuck. Noipale, Draenor, Obake, Kayla. Hope all y'all are doing wonderfully today. So, give me a second to change the vibe. Yesterday, we lost many good kobolds. Lancer and Dodger, Flint, Shivers, Bramble, and a few others whose names elude me. These lands are not kind. The dead walk. Giant beasts do not exist except in undeath. No life graces this land, and any life that sets foot within it does not stay alive for long. Silent Shores fell to the undead horde, their occupants unprepared for the horrors that awaited them when they arrived. Worse still, those from the homeland either lacking full comprehension of the true scale of the threat, or lacking respect for the competency of those who had died, sent another group of 7 in an effort to reclaim what they had lost, only for that 7 to die within minutes of arrival. The shuffling, shambling undead remains of the first settlers, tearing them all to shreds. But now, the homeland understands. And the homeland is angry. They refuse to let their brothers and sisters and others from being defiled. They refuse to let them be defiled like this. And so another fortress is established. This one farther away. I also realized I had my music muted, so the whole atmosphere of that entire narration lacked the music, but whatever. A new fortress is established across the terrifying sea. Emptycaskets. The kobolds from the homeland have learned and have a better understanding of the threat that they are facing. They have sent only one set of armor this time, but that armor comes with a mace, a flail, rather. The best weapon to pulp and mash up the undead, to prevent their return again and again and again. The settlers this time have come equipped with knowledge on what they should focus on and how to quickly make their underground home impenetrable and sustainable without ever having to return to the surface. Here's hoping that the fortress's name holds the meaning of no death, rather than the dead refusing to stay that way. Let's get started. We'll find out in a moment if the audio's working. Also, yes, Zell, welcome in. That is me. I'm just a little jester. Welcome back. Wow, wait, well, hold on. Was that called the Disgusting Waters? That's amazing. What an amazing name of that ocean, by the way. The one that we've posted up next to. The Oceans of Ruin. What a name. It's poetic. You're hearing music, but that's not in-game music. Let's find out if there's in-game music. Our fortress lies here. The site government is bright future, the hopeful of the single muffin. Welcome. So far, there's one threat on the map. Also, this place is considerably colder. There is a single undead horseshoe crab. But fortunately, horseshoe crabs are small and easily dispatched. Now, did you guys hear spooky noises? Okay, good. If you heard, I did see yes, I did see that happen. Okay. Let us say hello to our fort. Here are our 7 starting kobolds. Graves. A miner. Snack glue. Woodworker. Mickey. The caravan leader, Vilcus. The diagnostician, Tremble. The caravan's fixer, Liska. And Frost, who is the leader of the military. You might notice I've already done some planning. Let's see, audio. We're going to turn the music on in game for a bit. Y'all should be able to faintly hear it. The cries of the damned. There's the music. Excellent. So, I've done some pre-planning before stream. It has not been unpaused. We have the first floor here, which will be dug out eventually for the purposes of pasturing animals. Although I am tempted to just not even pasture them at all. Whatever the case, those animals will be pastured behind a locked door. But I have things set that their priority is to dig straight across and dig open this space here, which will immediately be turned into a stockpile and also a meeting area to get everyone below ground. I do not yet know what kind of weather we will experience here. I do not know if we will experience the sweeping thrall of, like, enthralling ash clouds or dust, or if we will get disgusting syndrome-inflicting rain. I do not yet know. But the sooner we get underground, the better. This opening tunnel will be their main entryway in and out. I will obviously dig out a wider space for workshops, but this is all for immediate preparation rather than long-term. This is meant to immediately get them safe and get everything inside and get the door locked. Secondary is this tunnel. In fact, I think to save us the time... Wait, no. I want to do this. So this tunnel... leads down into what will eventually be our hospital, our water source, as well as this is an ice wall. The goal is while the water is frozen, we're going to dig out this ice wall, dig a channel down here, and then block it off. I'm going to put a grate here, with the goal to be that once the water thaws, it will flow through the grate into this opening down here, where we will set up pumps here to desalinate the water and make it usable. We will then have an infinite source of clean water for the use in the hospital, as well as up here, which we will be turning into a farm plot. Why is that there? Where we will have, hopefully, have cavernous stone ground on which to build. Additionally, down here is the emergency panic room. Literally the panic room. This will also be where everybody sleeps at the start of the fortress. Now, this big zigzag, you might have a pretty good idea of what this will be for. If there's an emergency or threats outside, we will be digging. This will be our zombie obstacle course. I think I'm going to alternate. I'm not even going to alternate it. There's going to be a pressure plate here and an open drawbridge on the other side. Any undead that walks through here will step on the pressure plate, and before they make it to the other side, they will be obliterated from existence by a descending drawbridge. They still have to have a way in, but hopefully that will sort things out. Eye Gleams is currently led by Frost. They're the only person with military equipment. They have been set ready. I probably will, in fact, make a quick adjustment because I learned something about the uniform. Uniform replaces clothing, ensures that they wear the armor, and that there aren't any complications. I am nervous, because while there aren't any threats on the map at the moment, not really, we remember how quickly a bunch of airborne undead arrived last time. It is priority number one that we get these kobolds below ground. So, let's see. What do I want? That'll do. It's time to make the plans happen. Okay. Immediately, there's a hostile undead crab. Frost is ready to act. I'm going to keep an eye on things out here with her. Got a lot of strong, powerful women in our fortresses. Okay, I'm noticing that it's dirt down there. That might be fine then. I'm gonna erase this one then for now. They're not really moving. That's good. Okay, that's close enough for me for now. Meeting area. Everyone should start hauling now. Oh, excellent. Oh, that's so good to know. Okay. That is something I'm doing from now on. So the ready orders, when you select their schedule, ready, I thought just meant that they would be prepared for combat but would not do anything else. No. Ready just means that they have their armor and weapons on them at all times, ready to fight if it's necessary, but they will continue to do other tasks in the fortress in the meantime. So they won't just be an unusable member of our fort, they will still do work. Okay. Yes, we have chickens because food is always an issue early on. And eggs make for great fine meals. A cloud of fiendish gloom. Oh, that's dangerously close. What? Oh, it's erasing. Did that also bring our horses down? I hope so. But in the meantime, uh, I know exactly what we do. What? No! Oh, what the fuck did y'all? Oh, they dropped it during the civilian alert. Oh, that sucks. And the water is. Oh, I'm glad I did that. Yep, the ice melted. Good thing I noticed that. There's some aspects of the ice that were not easy to tell their locations. I don't know if that horse is going to make it. Why does it always seem to shuffle to the least threatening music? God, that could have been disastrous. I have no way of knowing what this might do. I don't think it's dust, so I don't think it'll linger on surfaces. We gotta wait for it to pass. Okay. That is a tragedy. That was all of our buckets. And I think those were our fucking plant seeds. We lost our rock nuts and everything else. There's still a way for us to get it back, but we're gonna have to basically do the same thing we did last time. Now, again, that gloom could just make them sick. But it could also turn them into a vicious undead thrall that is nigh unkillable. They fell into the water. Water covering, water covering, water covering. That's fine. They need to get everything soon. I wish I could prioritize the food that they grab. Gotta keep an eye on those weather alerts. If it's any kind of terrible rain, we won't have a chance to really respond to it. But we need that anvil and that beer. And the dimple cup spawn. Okay. That was a blue jay. Okay, that was vermin. Alright, thank God. It has started raining. I hope it's normal rain. It doesn't seem to be indicating any other issues. Come on. While they're doing that. Oh, excellent. They're already on top of things. Which is weird because we don't have the fucking office for our work orders yet. Come on. Excellent. Okay. Oh, sand. Excellent. Glass. Okay. Priority 1 has been handled. Yeah, I just need 2 hatch covers. That's right. Those were the immediate ones that didn't require necessary approval. Why are you... What were you doing? Raw anchovy? Jeez. In the brief time I failed to stop them from fishing. Fortunately, I don't think anchovies are particularly threatening. There. Top side is locked off. So, something I learned yesterday, after the stream ended. The reason that the undead were suddenly opening doors when they weren't before is specifically undead are unable to open locked doors they were not familiar with in life. So if it was a door that was built after they died, they are unable to open it if it is locked. But if it was a door that they had interacted with during their life, then they're able to open it. That is how the other undead in our panic room got out. Because the caravan guard walked in. I don't even know how he got in. That's the one mystery to me, is that he shouldn't have been able to open the door to begin with, but he went in. And then I locked it, and he died, and then later he opened it again. At least that's my understanding of the scenario. Now, I don't know if that applies to hatch covers, because they didn't seem to really care or try to open the hatch when it was locked. So maybe hatches work differently. All right. Now what we need is mechanisms. Because I want to immediately set up a lockdown switch in the doorway. I really hope we brought that with us. Making me imagine Resident Evil, the people who make all the puzzles in the mansions or whatever, having to rush to make new ones so the zombies don't solve them. Yeah. This is so compelling, by the way. This game is compelling on its own, but this particular attempt is going to be, I think, my hope, because we're already better established. I brought wood, and the goal is we have some cages and other things already. My goal is to get to the caverns so we can make beds. Because unfortunately, without a bed to sleep in, they're just going to continue to sleep wherever they stand, and that was a huge issue that cost our military their lives at the last fortress. This is our temporary farm plot. Oh, we don't have any stone. Why are y'all not digging down here? Ah, I think I know why. That's okay. We set up our nest boxes over here. Or like the singular nest box, I guess. Good to know we have sand down here, actually. Because I want to use sand for glass constructions more. Liska making mechanisms. Resident dies, the puzzle manager. God damn it, not again. You know what? This could result in heartbreak. Oops. But oh, it doesn't have the marble. But I think I want to set up. So there is a very simple way to deal with a lot of threats, except for the big ones. Pressure plate in the doorway, and then an open drawbridge that covers the passage they have to go through. Even better, a big drawbridge, and then another passageway with another drawbridge that's a little shorter, and have the pressure plate linked to both of them. A group of enemies will come in, whoever's leading the pack will run by, hit the pressure plate, and then in a second, the second bridge will crush the lead, and the back bridge will crush the following group, obliterating them all, and then resetting itself as the pressure plate is no longer being stepped on. There's your room, Mickey. Hi, Erwinacht. Yeah, hi, I'm new, uh-huh. Alright, I think we should start trying to set up a more permanent residence. Because the big part was just getting inside before the threats arrived. So I think step one is that. Step two. Yeah, this will have to wait until summer. Or until winter. Fortunately for us, because we got everyone inside when we did, provided that we can get our food and also deal with the undead horses, the future undead horse situation. Also, holy shit. I didn't realize how much closer the river was. We could probably tap that, actually, for water, for power. That's in a pretty comfortable spot. All right. Priorities. If we can't make a big one, we'll make a small one, just so we can lock the door. Yes, you could we could probably tap that. The water source, you fucking perverts. Okay. We've got our mechanisms. And if we activate a civilian alert down here, then what will happen is, like, once I have everyone evacuate, there will be people available in that area to pull the lever. Sleeping on the floor. Not ideal, but... Okay, the building is linked. In fact, pull the lever. That area is now inaccessible. All right. The front gate is functionally locked. Fortunately, the undead have been sick. What the? I'm shocked that there isn't just undead Wow, that is a... That is a lot of fish. Oh, that might be classified as vermin. Hence it not being undead. All right. Okay. Our secondary plan here. That is not an ideal spot. And the reason is because of the way we have it set up. Water can flow through corner tiles. All of it had to unfortunately fall in a spot where doing the normal method might not work. I guess we could go one tier lower and do it. But for now, we don't need that stuff. That stuff is salvage it later if it's viable or possible. Actually, you know what? Let's not make frost anything that they don't need to be. All right. Snacklu? Yeah. You two? Let's start making a house a home, huh? Give them something, like, good to do and happy to do. Can it get frozen in ice? Oh, you're right! I didn't even consider that. I think if we break the ice, then yeah, I think it would be... I don't know if frozen items are destroyed. I know that if a unit is in water, when it freezes, they die instantly. What are these? Acorn flies. God, knowing and mapping things out based on priority is really useful. Liska has become a mechanic. They've been making a lot of mechanisms for us. That's useful. Okay. Horses. Hungry. All right. Pull lever. In fact, I don't think we necessarily need to move them ourselves. Although it would be safer to butcher them and deal with its animated body parts rather than the animated full horse. So I'm going to do something a bit unexpected. All right. I don't want this to go wrong, but it's the only way I think we can deal with it. And again, like, the wiki kind of phrases it this way, and I think that makes sense. The reanimated body parts when butchering creatures aren't really threatening as much as the B-movie, like the B-movie monsters meant to make your kobolds or dwarves run away screaming. Like a crawling hand. Or like the animated skin. Like, it's not very threatening. But it can be enough to distress the kobolds. Now there is a not there's a non-zero chance that maybe this area isn't reanimating. And if that's the case, I'll be really upset, because my impression was if undead were showing up, even if not, the undead are still going to be a problem, because where we're stationed on the other side of the Ocean of Ruin, there is a mysterious lair of shaft webs, and the mysterious lair of shady gloom, and the goblin fortress of Coast Tick, and the mysterious lair of Dwindling Cave. We are surrounded on nearly all sides by what could very well be necromancer lairs and goblin encampments. High tech. So I'm not noticing the horse materials come back, but they don't always come back right away. I mean, if my pot of if my pot of chili con carne started attempting to eat me back, I'd be a little spooked as well. Yeah. Okay. If you hit wave, wow, you hit wave 40. I've been unable to get to wave 30. I think my best is 22. That's congratulations. I am going to be partially peeved if the undead reanimating aspect is missing from this area, considering it's on the same ocean, and you'd think it would be the same functions. Dabbling stonecutter. Now, again, something I love about this that I recently learned, and I want to try and pay attention to some of these a little more. Love remembering a new romance. Tenderness remembering talking with a lover. So, recent thoughts are just what they're currently feeling. Memories are stuff that will stick. Positive memories will have a positive impact on their personality as time goes on, whereas negative experiences and memories will have a negative impact. Some feelings and thoughts could eventually result in them being more bitter or angry or losing friends or making them happier and more joyful. And that's why even something as simple as them being unhappy by not having a place to sleep can have a long-term impact on their demeanor. Oh, the crab has surfaced. The fact that the trees aren't dead leads me to believe that this biome isn't as hostile as the other one. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of living grass and stuff, which is weird because the map said everything was terrifying, so I think the land itself might be alive, but we'll see. Okay, once this area is dug out, I'm going to leave all future mining operations for them to get completed, especially for the hospital and our future watering hole. Oh, shit. I'm glad I noticed. The catastrophe that could have resulted from that. In fact, just to be absolutely certain. Not the first time one of my own lack of awareness, like one of my own mistakes like that, bit me in the ass. I think this might be funny. Panic Rec Room. The crab is gone. I wonder. Raven deceased. Okay, so, good news. All the creatures and the land itself does seem safe. So migrants will have an easier time getting here. So it won't be as of a dramatic disaster as last time. But again, do not forget, everything in the ocean will come back. It is still an undead sea. There. I'm doing wonderful, Sevilisk. Thank you. And the fortress is doing significantly better, although I will admit, I feel like that is more because the landscape is safe. Which is weird because... You know what? Maybe that was deliberate. Upon reflection, I think I did look for a land, like an embarked spot where the ocean was terrifying and the landscape was just wilderness. Yes. That way we would still get the threatening undead from the sea, but the land would be a little bit more manageable. But it's still not a bad idea to have the front gates set up the way that they are. Now, question is, where's the mining? Where's our mining boy? They're drinking. Okay. Wait, what? How come you're not doing these jobs? These ones are a higher priority. That's confusing. What is stopping you? Oh, I made a mistake again, didn't I? Yeah, I sure did. I sometimes still get confused about the way the game does stuff. No one can reach that. We've got a... Okay, we've got our first group. All right, first off, somehow he managed to just dig a hole and not a ramp. Okay, ramp. Provide access to the floor above. Oh my god, you ding-dong. Someone pull the lever, please. Before things get harrowing outside. $11 kobolds. I think that's it. Y'all shouldn't still be stranded. How are... Oh! Where did they come in from? There they are. Oh my god! What is with these groups of kobolds bringing giant spiders, man? I mean... Holy shit. I thought they were like, enter stage left pursued by giant spider. Scared the fucking bejesus out of me. So here's the good news. The spiders don't need to graze, and also when they become undead, they do not do their webbing thing. Another one. Is that everybody? I thought that the horse tallow could be turned into soap. Can it not be turned into soap? There. Now this area is getting slowly worked on. All right, now we can work on some... It's a relief to know that we're more established, but this does feel... I was hoping for more drama like the last one. Yeah, but it's not letting me make soap out of it. It's saying... Requires unrotten fat renderable glob. So I don't know if it's just because they don't have certain materials or... I'm gonna take some risks. There's only one hostile, and it's an undead horseshoe crab. And as long as the weather doesn't go south, we should be fine. Hello, hello, Zephyr. Welcome on in. I mean, it is what it is. The problem with undead in this game is that any part of the body that's capable of grabbing something will come back. That includes intestines and, like, disembodied limbs and hair. Is there a reason they can't reach it? I think it's because our woodcutter is asleep. Oh no, they're making rock blocks. Okay, well that's enough for now. Fell tree, there we go. So I think it's safe for us to, like, hold livestock now. I don't know how I feel about that. What do y'all think? I'm not going to abandon the fortress. We're just going to keep going with it. We'll see what happens. But I am a little bummed out. I was kind of hoping it was another resurrecting land. Probably should have just picked the resurrecting landscape, too. Thank you for the follow, Zephyr. Welcome to the parlor. Hey, look! Lignite! We've got a source of coal coke. Now we just need a, now we just need Fluxstone. Which I don't remember if this area of the map had that. Yeah, lignite balls. I see what it... Yeah. Okay, I think it's safe for us to start making a proper production floor. The real end goal is once we get, situated and comfy here, we're building a fortress above the ocean. And into the ocean. That won't be an easy task. What it will amount to is building a support on a, like, basically building a bridge of floors out there. And then building a support in the middle. And then building a big pillar of stone on top. And then, if I'm understanding how cave-ins work correctly, we destroy the support and it drops through the floor, deleting all the water blocks on its way down until it hits the seafloor, making us a pillar of stone that we can then disassemble and use. Now, I could be understanding that system and method. I really wish the object testing arena also let you test building. It'd be a nice consequence-free environment to test certain ideas without feeling like you've wasted your time doing it in the fortress. How's our drink looking? All right. Ah. Zio, thank you for the resub. My brain didn't even register. What are some of your bigger threats, streamer, besides undead? I don't know. I mean, it would really just be all the necromancers and goblins around us, but more than likely, I'm just worried about giant undead sea life that can beach itself and tear our fortress apart, like sperm whales, which are the largest creatures in the game. But thank you for the resub, Zio. Okay, I know there's a way for us to build into the ocean. I just don't know how. Yep, undead sperm whales. You almost done there? Undead sea monsters are also a possibility. How you doing, Zio?
Seek fluid intake.
I will. It's a lot. I'll be honest. What time of morning is it? Like, I'll be honest. I'm surprised that you're awake. What time of morning is it? I love that this fucking singular seahorse, like horseshoe crab, has been sitting out there. Okay, it's time. Let's do this. All right. That's gonna be for all stone types. And then... Oh, I realize now the issue. Need you to. We're making a quantum stockpile. So that's for stone, that's for metal, and then this third one will be for economic. While this one will be for everything. Then we will make a track stop. For each. It's gonna Steve Irwin, one of your dwarves, Chekhov's gun style. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah, these guys are real stupid sometimes. Okay, why are we not making drinks? Again? Damp stone located. I said where. Thank you. Oh. What? Interesting. Is that an aquifer? We're not in an aquifer, are we? I didn't check that. I mean, that must just be the ocean water seeping through the dirt above. I need to set this as fucking F2 until we have a better floor. There. Weather. Actually, no, it's just telling us that it's autumn. What game have you been into lately, Zio? At the moment, no interesting storytelling moments are happening, and that's a little bit of a bummer. Like, yesterday was, like, addicting. How things played out. Like, the corpses of our friends coming back, then their limbs getting hacked off, and those coming back. Our fortress overrun by reanimated body parts. And a game of, like, fucking cat and mouse with the undead outside, with doors being locked and unlocked to try and get migrants safely inside. It was a mess. Wiz? Well, hello there, Wiz. How you doing? We are currently playing Dwarf Fortress, or Kobold Fortress, I guess, if you want. We are attempting to establish a fortress in a very dangerous land, so we can reclaim a fortress we lost yesterday that was overrun by undead. Can I get a shout out for Wiz, by the way? Fellow streamer, artist, voice actor. Thank you. Okay, gotta keep an eye on those weather notifications. Look at all that sand. Wasn't expecting so much of it near the hospital. The drink situation is dire. New job. Make rock pots. Oh, we don't. Oh, no wonder we don't have a fucking workstation for that yet. That's dire. That's a little dire. I mean, sand is good for glass, which is something I've never really had much of. I want to try and produce a lot of glass this time around. Make rock pot. Now. We are running low on drink. Bright side is I don't think our our loved ones will reanimate. At least not here. Water's starting to freeze. All right, 3 drinks. I'm forcing it. Yeah, the horseshoe crab's gonna die, or be obliterated by the freezing ocean. I was expecting, more chaos. But we've only just begun. Fortunately, with the seasons changing that quickly... we can, I think... there we go, there we go. Now we've got the food all being transported. That's better. Okay, I can breathe a sigh of relief now. So, what I was trying to say is, with the water freezing soon, we can actually set up our water source for making a proper fertile farm plot. Even if they have to transport the food a fair distance for now. But maybe we'll make a reservoir. Maybe we'll make this a secondary water reservoir. So that way we don't have to be constantly pumping water in from the ocean every winter. And we instead have a large supply. That does remind me. We've got a bunch of new kobolds. Before it gets too crazy, I pulled a bunch of names. If y'all couldn't notice, I pulled a bunch of names from the suggestions channel on the Discord. Which I need to locate my own... There it is, stream discussion. So I think, let's see. First off... Oh, thank God I noticed. Someone was a hunter. There was just nothing to hunt. We're gonna name... this lass... Some of these names... Let's see. Which name fits for... I do like... Sizzle. Is her name. Her name is... Oops. Okay. I really don't like it when it does that. Well, I've lost sight of whoever it was. So, new one. This boy's name is Zuth. Price slipped. Your name is Silas. Her name is Tranquil. And her name is Valonia. And that just leaves our carpenter, whose name will be... Yeah, see, they're kobolds. Yeah, we got a kobold mod. They're functionally identical. Value skill. We'll name this one... You know what? I'm gonna name this one Laika. That's everybody. So I have a question. Uh-oh. Okay, thank God. All right, I have a question for those familiar with Dwarf Fortress. Folks tend to, like, make a bucket dumping zone to cover a floor with mud to turn it into a farm plot, but the dwarves will refuse to pour it on a floor that isn't a pit. Do I have to channel a pit into the floor? Or is there another way to get them to do that? Sorry, Proto. Fritter is defunct. Honestly, considering I haven't even been launching the program, I don't know why I keep having that one active. Hi, Abu. Can I get a shout out for Boo the Bun, please? Sure. could try and use runoff water from one of the damp rock locations and have it... Well, I mean, that's the thing. I know how to do that, but I've seen people do the bucketing. I just don't know how the bucketing works without just channeling into the ground, which we can't do because there's a lower floor. I mean, I guess what I could do is, as silly as it is, why is the mining not currently getting done? Are they sleeping? No. Okay, I figured it might be just dig out above. And since I already established that zone, I'll just do it that way. That way we can have a fertile farm plot here. But also... There they are. I was wondering what you were up to. Okay, I really need to remember to prioritize. You annoying little shit. There we go. Dig out the area before our fucking merchant friends get eaten by something. I mean, fortunately, there's nothing to eat them out here yet. Oh, God. Where? Where's the devilish ash? Oh, my God. Where's the caravan? You know what? We either let them in right now before something goes wrong, or we leave them out there and they become a permanent long-term problem. Oh, it's headed right for them. Oh, it is headed right for them with purpose. Oh, fuck. I wanted to... Listen, I want something to happen. I just don't want it to be a complete spiral of catastrophe before we've gotten a foothold. Not that it wasn't exciting last time, but I think that gets old after it happens multiple times in a row. We never even got an industry set up. The whole of the last stream was just fighting tooth and nail to survive as long as we could. Oh, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just saw a bird. I gotta make a judgment call. Where's this ashy cloud? Where are they? Where'd they go? I think we might have to just make the call. Trying to find out what this cloud might do. Annoyed, choking on dust. Paralyzed. Oh my god. They died nearly instantly. The question is, will they stay dead? Oh my god! Hello? Hold the phone. Hold up. Hold up. Pause the music. Cut the music. Cut the music. We could have just had everything from the caravan for free. It's a tragedy that they died, but it would have been a benefit for us in the long run. And you're telling me, in the same moment, after the dust swept away, a fucking flock of giant thieving buzzards swarmed over the dead and stole like 80% of the stuff that they had. And then immediately fucked off. Except for this. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Except for this one who chose to stick around. That was insane. Okay. What the fuck? Whoops. Took the makeup off for a second. My bad. What the fuck? Well. Oh, here's hoping that our actual trade caravan for our faction doesn't get destroyed when it's their turn to show up and do things.
And another, and another, and another. More clowns for
Yep,
the river.
more clowns for the river. Yeah, we have 70 drinks. We don't have any empty storage items, but that's okay. I am setting up a stockpile for wood. Alright. That dumps south. We can go ahead and do this real quick. Yes, I understand. Add new stop. Here. Remove its parameters. Assign it a minecart. Its parameters will be to take from this stockpile. This will be called stone. Yep. All right. Add new route. This route will be called metal. We'll give it this minecart. We'll add a stop here. Remove its parameters. Then add a third route. Name it Flux, I guess, just because that makes sense to me. Add it there. Remove its parameters. Tell it to take from the same stockpile. And all of these dump south. And there we go. Now there should be place track vehicle happening. Yep. Somebody is fighting. The Raven is fighting. The giant buzzard hits the Raven, but it jumps away. Okay, so here's the good news. There is still so much shit out there we could get. I'm tempted to go for it. That's a lot of value. I hate to be a looter, but we don't question and take... We take what we get. I think the devilish ash has passed. I'm taking the risk. The giant buzzard is a bit concerning. But the giant buzzard isn't inherently hostile. And, let's be real. What? He's purple. They're all purple. Hold up. Nope. Wait. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. This is a trick. The fact that it's showing them as purple leads me to believe that this is a trap, an ambush. Not saying I'm right, but I'm not taking the risk. My expectation is that the second anyone gets close, they'll rise from the dead and attack them. Purple means undead. But they're dead right now, but they could be lying in wait. I'm not risking it. In fairness, a bunch of buzzards flew by and grabbed their stuff. What item are you going to pick up? Oh. Whoa! What? Oh, that... Okay, that scared me. Okay, okay, okay. Guess we'll find out when the weather thaws if our stuff is still there. But in the meantime... We have grates. I think I need to make a floodgate as well. Okay, there's ice. Also, can someone maybe... What? Oh. Oh, God, I forgot about an important thing here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to erase this task altogether. We'll worry about it later. There's a chance that a critter could get stuck in the mechanism. Okay, so I think what I want to do is... If there's any undead that show up, they'll block the mechanism. So I think what we do is we build, weirdly enough, we build a wall grate. And then we build a secondary, We link this up, and then we build a secondary one. So we have a wall grate, and then another floodgate. That way... In fact, actually, now that I'm thinking about it... Yeah, I think that makes sense. We would have to have a couple of different levers. That's fine. It would mean that, like, the back gate would get locked or stuck. Actually, what am I doing? I might be colossally stupid. If I put the grate first, nothing can get in. Four hostiles. Sea otters? Oh, dear. Okay. Look at them slipping and sliding across that sea of ice. Oh, you dumb bastards. Where are the hostiles? That one's really close. Okay, here's what we're doing. There's a benefit to some of these things. Actually, hold on. That would be ill-advised. My goal would be to dig out a passageway for them, right? So that they wouldn't have to go across the surface where it's extremely dangerous. I need to stop being a coward. I'm going to trust the power of my military. It's one soldier, but they're armored, and they have a weapon designed to deal with the undead. Two groups of citizens are stranded. How did you manage... Graves... You dumb bastard. Where's my military? Where is she? Stop store. Okay. Oh my god, y'all are crazy running across the ice. The peasant collides. The peasant charges at the peasant. Oh my god. Kill it. Crush it. There we go. Hell yeah, Frost. Sea otter corpse mangled and mutilated. Caravan leader, gruesome wounds, begone, fear. Mickey! What are y'all doing? Overexerted and injured. Hurry! Vilkas and Mickey, where the fuck is my military? Where is our fucking soldier? Where's Frost? Oh my god. Mickey's teeth! Come on! Okay. Injured. Bleeding. Exhausted. Okay. I was hoping this would have been ready before this happened. Even an otter is not to be trifled with. Fuck. Come on, Frost. Nauseous, bleeding, injured. Frost! Hurry! Okay. You know what? Zooth! Why are you guys so far away? No! Kill it anyway. I should have activated a civilian alert. I don't know why I didn't. The spider scared me again. She's asleep. Ah. Oh. You don't have a bed of your own? Okay, we're about to find out. All right. Crush it. Okay. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, I think she was afraid. All right. These things have not gotten up. Perhaps it's not so bad. Okay. We lost Zooth. All right, let me parse things here. What we need is a track stop that dumps south here. And now that there are no hostiles on the map, I'm going to make a very risky play. But I trust that it will work out. Since things are not coming back from the dead on the mainland. Wait, it is coated with devilish ash. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Bail, 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 bail. No, 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 no. Do not touch them. Do not touch them. Do not. Okay. I am counting that as lost. That stuff is untouchable. All of their items and all of their things are coated in an ash. Their clothes, all the items, if they even touch this stuff, they will die. Like, I'm not kidding. You know, remember that old tale, that old adage of like the cats licking beer off of their paws in the taverns and dying of alcohol poisoning? while the amount of liquid that they get on their bodies is not nearly that bad, so it doesn't happen anymore, this game does track liquids and dust and ash on bodies. You might notice a lot of our kobolds will have, like, it'll say something like, you know, items or overview, covered in, like, right arm covered in water, left arm covered in water, right? Yeah, if they touch those bodies, they will get the ash on their skin and they will die. Okay, I'm gonna activate a civilian alert. I'm locking that door to determine who else is still outside. Excellent, okay. Okay. There is no... unless the rain that comes washes the dust away, there's no safe way to touch it. Honestly, my best guess is that those buzzards grabbed that shit. Oh my god. My guess is that the buzzards grabbed that shit and they left the map, but I bet they died shortly afterward. Zuth the Armorer has been missing for a week. Rest in peace, my friend. A temple and a priest for the Grizzly sect. I don't know what that is yet, but I will work on it as soon as I am able, fellas. Okay. Health. Right upper arm dented. Toe smashed apart. Oof. They're thirsty, though. We need to get this situation sorted. And we're quite a ways away from it being done. The game always has to push us to the limits. It always has to be like, hey, you don't have a hospital or a water source set up, do you? It would be a shame if, something were to happen. We had ash and gloom. I don't know what the gloom does, but it's probably no better. I'm just realizing now what the problem might be. Unless they get treated soon, they'll die. All the water is frozen. Attend meeting with our injured caravan leader. We need casts. Okay. Well, we have gypsum. So that's good. Where do you go to make powder? I would assume it's a kern. Right. Where is our fiendish gloom currently at? I don't see it. But there's really no way to tell which way it sweeps. They're thirsty. There's nothing else I can do. We'll lose all of them if we don't get them treated soon. What do you fucking mean? Okay. Okay, so that's not what we needed for. What station is that? Oh, I think it's a kiln. Oh, we don't have any fuel. We don't have any plaster powder. We can't make them casts for their broken arms. Yeah, we don't have any empty buckets either. Luck. Oh, god damn it. There. Seriously injured. Okay, why are my doctors not doing anything? Why did they cancel those jobs? I thought we had wood. Come on, Liska, we need 2 of these. And then also, I need you to make a bucket. If we're lucky, they won't immediately die due to lack of liquids. But I'm thinking someone installing these ought to matter. There. Okay, we've made buckets as well. See, I don't know unrotten fat renderable glob. I thought we had a bunch of tallow. Horse tallow. See, rendered fat barrel. I guess it's already rendered fat. Oh my god. Make another bucket. So I think we can actually make soap because we have the tallow. We're gonna refine our job setups a bit here. A snowstorm has come. Ooh, exciting. Oh, we don't have lye. Oh, how do you make lye? See, I still don't know these things. I know once I know how to make them that it won't be a problem, but I need to know how to make them. Like, let's see. Lye Dwarf Fortress. Requires 1 bar of ash and an empty bucket. Okay, so it's... Alright, so it is made from ash. Alright. We don't have that much wood, unfortunately. We've been using a lot of it already. Also, I don't quite understand why they're not doing this. But let's see. Some of these guys are going to be injured for life, unfortunately. Because we haven't really had the luxury of getting them a proper treatment. What the fuck? Hold on. Why is Balatro still open? Don't mind that. The Bellatra is open because the Joker detected the presence of a circus. No circus here, fortunately. I think we also need water to make ash, and we don't have water. Is there any way to... There's nothing I can do. They're gonna die. Without the soap, I can't they can't be treated. Wait. All that effort with Frost busting down every single one of those goddamn undead otters. And it doesn't matter. The injuries were too great. The water was just not ready in time. I don't think disbanding it lets them drink. I mean, we could try it. Oh!
Fluid intake.
You have so many injuries.
And another and another and another. More clouds for the river.
Well, that works. I did not think that would work. Well called. That bought us some much needed time. Do we not have tallow anymore? What happened? I still don't understand why it says we don't have tallow when we have tallow. Or we did. Where'd the tallow go? What happened to it? Did they use it? Oh. She feels guilty after being confined. Unfortunately, we can't help you with that. Ah! These bastards are back. At least they're not undead. Unavailable as a pet. Stray boar. All the caged animals aren't ours. Butchering the giant spider would be ill-advised. But the piglet... must go. Sorry, bucko. I'm also gonna make sure that lever that that gate stays shut until we are ready. Did that even yield anything? Bones. Pig tripe. Nothing in the way of fucking tallow or fat. Why aren't you treating him? I'm gonna have to take a risk. I think Eat is gonna die. I think it is gonna die. Graves, whenever you're done. One of them is too injured to leave the hospital when it's disbanded. Our only hope is to hit the cavern layer and there be an area with water in it that we can reach without too much danger. We have found a fucking strange mood as well, which is not ideal. Negative 83, negative 84, negative 85. We just keep going. There we go. Typical. Moody Dwarf can't find needed item. Let me guess. They just don't have any wood? Really? Oh my god. We just gotta hope that nothing goes wrong. You have discovered a magma pool. Oh, that's great news. Where? Is this the third cavern layer? Where's my ladder? Or my staircase, rather? Open space. Water. Have we gotten any notifications of threatening beasts below? No? This is open space. Perfect. A lot needs to happen really quickly. Who's making the hatch cover? Okay. They're able to get their wood. Who is this? Silas? All right, excellent. Is our only miner sleeping? Don't make a rock mug. Oh my god, no. No. Specialize. You're only doing this. Excellent. Okay, now he's digging. Okay. Give water. Tranquil. That is such a deep hole. It might be too late, but it was a considerably, like, it was a good effort. Come on. We did it. We did it. We saved them. I think there's only one thing I need to give you. Lucky. That's your name. That is also the third cavern layer. Which means I'm going to do a quick civilian alert. Until I notice everybody leave that little mine shaft. God damn it, of course it's the military that's stuck. I mean, if anyone needs to be stuck down there, it's might as well be Frost. Woodcrafter has created a Papzitos Zizlu Roca, a pecan wood amulet. It offers it to Bright Future, the hopeful. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come. The supply caravan from the Single Muffin is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts molds. Yeah, guys. It's not been nearly as bad as Silent Shores. But it hasn't been a picnic either. We don't have anything to give you yet. Excellent. Okay. I mean, and the front door is open. We're doing pretty good. What does the amulet look like? Excellent question. Why don't we find out? This is a pecan wood amulet. All crafts buildship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alder. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pecan wood. It's not like we got a lot of materials to work with at the moment. Now, how do we make lye? What station makes lye? Farmers? No. Oh, I'm a ding-dong. It's literally the ashery. Are you stupid? How did you forget how this works? Where's the... Where's the caravan, though? Did they cross the ocean? Y'all are lucky. Y'all are lucky as hell. I swear half the time it's the fucking caravans and incoming migrants that are the liabilities. God, they were thirsty and hungry. Sorry, fellas. I'm wondering. I bet you that's why. All right, do we even have anything of value? We've got a few gems. I'm actually kind of shocked the rope is worth as much as it is. Mickey doesn't have any clothes. I love how I've put all these in this corridor that was meant to be a trap. Also, I realize that the reason things end up being more expensive is because you have someone who isn't skilled and charismatic enough to lower the prices. Now, what we need is unclear at the moment, although another flail would be great, actually. Then we can have a second soldier with a flail, because we can't make those. I don't think we can, anyway. Selling steel greaves. Some cloth for now until we start making our own. There. Okay, we've got ash, which means we can make soap. Requires lye containing item. Where's the lye? Why is the ash suddenly gone? Ah, there we go. Okay, so that was a step the video I watched did not give me, which was you need to designate the minecart to have, like, you need to tell it what items to put in it. And then the quantum stockpile will work. Hi, Shady. We had an undead otter attack. We've also somehow skipped completely over Cavern Layer 2. Now, I think, let's see, big order of business here. I think I know what I want to do. Actually, hold on. If we're going to go for this, then why not go for the gold? Cancel make chest. Snowstorm, stray piglet, hornblende. Okay, so what I want to do here, and I think this might end up looking pretty cool, so we'll see. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, what the plan here is... We're going to dig out each floor, right? We're going to dig out each floor. And then, above, on the floor above this, and maybe even 2 floors above this, we're going to dig out this space as well. I'm still, like, working on the logistics. But I think that, yeah. So we dig out this space on the upper floor. But what we do instead is after that, we dig it out a bit wider. And we disconnect the floor from everything else. We're going to put a pedestal in the middle of this room. And then we're going to dig like 1 block out on each side of this and channel it to disconnect it from the walls. So the only thing holding it up are going to be like 4 like support beams in here. And then we're going to set up a lever on a higher floor, link it to all the support beams, throw the switch, and cause a massive cave-in that should drop all 5 levels, all 7 levels, and clear out all that space without us having to do anything. At least I think that's how the cave-in stuff works. It'll be the first time I've done something like that, so that should be interesting. I love how stupid these little guys are sometimes. Do we have soap now, fellas? We have ash. Why are you telling me we don't have ash to make soap? Or ash to make lye? Oh, thank God. Okay. Once I'm confident we've got the hospital and that stuff, this is like a big project for later, right? In fact, it seems pretty clear to me that, oh, Graves was stuck there. No wonder nothing was getting done. I'm going to start setting up our mining operation. Also, I love the purple layer. I love the purple cave fungus. It looks so cool. There we go. By doing this, we clear up space for our other crap. Very rich purple. Too starving. Okay. Let's double check the safety of the cavern lair. Only giant flies. Oh my god. One of the sea otters did so much damage it got a name. It gained a name. Hold up. I don't know what causes that. Either that or it had a name and it belonged to somebody as a pet once before it became an undead thrall. Okay, I don't see anything in there, so I'm going to open that hatch and allow them to grab water again. Eat, drink, eat, drink, eat, drink. Clean, patient, make, lie. None of them have empty buckets. Oh, god damn it. Did y'all use up all of the wood already? Let me guess. Due to work orders that we had set up earlier. Yep. A dusting of snow. A dusting of snow. A dusting of snow. Okay. What about these? It is coated with ash. It is coated with ash. It is coated with devilish ash. I don't think that that's going away. I think that clings to them forever. Keep an eye on the weather. Awesome. Okay, so someone should start trying to give water. Give water. Tranquil's on it. I'm hoping they can gather the rest of this wood before before any weird weather arrives. Five. Ah. The weather is cleared. Okay. Come on. Dehydrated, unconscious, dehydrated. It's really a shame that the ocean froze over when it did, but this should be a sorted out issue once it thaws. Someone else needs to give water. No, not clean patient. Give water. Oh, this is getting very tight. The fort's going better than before, but we're still dealing with the aftermath of a bunch of undead otters attacking a new migrant wave. What the fuck? Okay. Hurry up. Oh, I just realized your username. I saw the message, but it didn't click. Why did you... Why did you stop what you were doing in the middle of it? You stopped giving water in the middle of getting it and then just ran off to sleep on the floor? Come on, Laika. Oh my god. Those are the merchants, huh? Hatch used by intruder? What? Oh. Well, I mean, if that's what you wanted to do, you dumb bastard, stop trying. What? That's a magpie. Well, on the bright side, our militia are fucking... Our friends from abroad are dealing with most of the fly issues out here. Okay. I'm your liaison. There is much to share. What we need right now are flails. We need, I'd like some lye. And you know what? Pearl ash as well, if you don't mind. Also, just because it'll probably be safer, Nether cap and black cap logs. Powders. Let's go with plaster. I could always use some alcohol. Giant cave spiders. I'm tempted. Now that I know that our biome is safe, I'm tempted to actually train up an army of cave spiders. And maybe if you got it, marble. Refined coal and bracelets. So what news have we learned here? In the early spring of 104, a group calling itself the Reticent Council reclaimed Empire Dykes on behalf of the organized confederations. Looks like this army was moving over there. In the early winter of 104, a group calling itself the Council of Trust founded Twine Twig after a long journey from the lands of the organized confederations. Battles are taking place back at home. In the early spring of 104, South Purge Islands became caravan leader of the Diversion of Disappearing. The Diversion of Disappearing in the early spring of 104 reclaimed Wind Ink on behalf of the Single Muffin. Yeah, our homeland is at war with the goblins. Welcome back. Everyone in the hospital is good. Everyone's been helped out. We got our trade caravan stuff sorted. Unfortunately, I keep getting my nerves tested by our goddamn merchant friends killing all the flies outside. I'm waiting on our guys to come up top so that they'll reclaim the... What? Oh, they're with us. Whoa! Did the birds get in? Where did those birds go? They all went booking. They all seemed like they were going for the front gate. Okay. We need more people doing this digging. We have a couple of peasants not doing anything. Lucky is currently in the hospital. But Valonia is not. There. Now, when did we strike magma? I didn't want to ignore it. I'm sorry, gang. We've got a lot of crises on our hands at the moment. I don't have the luxury. Whoa. I don't like seeing... Oh, that's where they were cleaning themselves. Okay. Had me nervous there for a second. I was told that we had discovered magma, but I don't see any evidence of it. There. We've already got more kobolds than we did before. That'll be secondary priority. We've also are getting some, are we getting some damn materials now? I really need to make a... Oh. A snowstorm. Okay. Let's see. Zuth is haunting the fortress. I get it, man. You totally have every right. Okay, let's see. Okay, awesome. We can actually make them right like that. All right. With that in mind, I'm going to clear the current work orders, and then I'm going to import basic and import rock stock. I'm going to delete lavish meal, honeycomb mead, and that ought to be good. I think we're more in a stable spot where I can trust those things being accomplished without issue. Okay, I need to also set up some clothing production, which means we need a place for our little guys. Fondness, remembering talking with a friend. Horrified, being haunted by a dead friend. Liska has carved it. All right. No, not burial. Let me guess. It picked a random, like, earlier established material instead of just being of the material that I needed it to be. There. Now, did anybody make soap? What happened to the lye? Like, we made lye. Where did it go? I literally had them make lye. I don't know what's happening between the time it's getting made and... Like, I don't know what else could they be using it on. Like, the only thing to use it on is soap, unless we've got the soap. And I just didn't notice. Nope. I bet you that's what's happening. I bet you the soap got made, and then they went to use it to clean themselves before it could be claimed for the hospital. God, it takes a while to make soap, huh? There. Okay. It might be that it was just getting used up as well. Why is the doctor not doing anything? Do we not have any splints either? I thought we had splints and sutures and shit. Ah. That's probably why they haven't been treated, because we didn't have a splint. Perfect. There's also a good chance that I just never reassigned our doctors, but I'm pretty sure we did. There. Splints desired, cloth desired, thread desired, buckets desired, soap, powder we don't have for casts. Right claw needs immobilization, yeah. Tremble? Okay. I would assume that maybe we need to make a cast. That's something I haven't done yet. Let's go with, okay, yes, we need a kiln. I keep making temporary workstations. I can't remember how to do this. Oh, right. Oh, it's kind of important, fellas. I don't really have another good place to put it at the moment. I guess I could just put it wherever. It's spring! It's time! We can finally get a water source and stop having them dive into the dangerous caverns to get it for our fucking medical supply. I know the stray horse has been missing for a week. Thank you. Wait! He's got a splint! There we go! Oh, you're so lucky, buddy. All right. Good to see you're in good shape again. Or at least you're on the mend. Inappropriate building. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, I just realized that's clay. And bituminous coal! Why did I get that excited? We don't have fucking flux yet. I don't think. We need limestone or marble. It's fun how this game's actually teaching me shit I didn't know. Because it's like, it's based in reality, at least like how like the stones and how like materials are crafted and made. I knew that soap was made from like animal fats, but I didn't really know much about like forging and steel. There, they should prioritize other tasks first. There we go. So the spiders should stay in there, and they'll, over time... Silas, they should over time create, webbing. They've claimed a craftsbolds workshop. Oh, wow, they're just making something out of clay. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made it out of clay. Never mind. I don't know why that made me laugh. The snow is melting. It's honestly not that bad around here. I'm still gonna make a kiln anyway. Whoops. Statue? Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. You don't make work orders for statues I didn't approve of. DF hack? Why the fuck would I want whatever random ass statue you want to make? Get out of here. It's an image of a leech. It's just random statues of random appearances. Hmm. Oh, that's why. That's why the metal wasn't being transported. They have created Sovdalurl, a Kaolinite scepter. He offers it to bright future the hopeful. A scepter. Neato. This object is adorned with hanging rings of kaolinite and menaces with spikes of kaolinite. Alright. I mean, a fucking... An artifact's an artifact, you know? There's definitely ways to force them to use more valuable materials, but I don't really quite understand the methods. You're basically supposed to forbid workshops, except for ones that can only access specific materials, I think? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, dang it. I didn't want to do that. I love their consistent inability to, you know, channel this one place that I want them to channel. How about this? Can the water thaw? Please? In the meantime... They need screws, but that's easy enough to make. I think we have enough wood lying around that we can get away with that. Never mind, it's gone. I need to cancel every work order that might have a wooden ingredient because it is getting us in trouble. Why are we making wooden jugs? Like, we don't have the fucking luxury of just burning our wood on whatever. No, we have buckets for that. They're crafting items we don't need as a part of the work orders. Where are you digging? Oh, you little fuck. He found a gap in my, like, instructions so that he could just dig where I didn't want him to. God, could you imagine if, like, animals also, like, started haunting the fortress because they died? You're getting a lot of work done, Graves and, Valonia. There. And I'm gonna make these walls out of jet because I want to. But I'm gonna make this area a pit for water. What are you doing? Oh, gathering stuff. Where are the fucking spiders at? Oh, they actually stay? I thought for sure they would crawl out. Especially, you know, being fucking spiders. Alright. I mean, if they're gonna stay in the pit, I guess that's kind of the purpose. We've got 3 very unhappy kobolds. What are you upset about? Valonia and Lucky. I mean, understandably. I bet Lucky's upset because of the injuries. Oh no, Lucky. They've got 3 negative memories. Humiliated, dwelling upon being uncovered. He doesn't have clothes. Afraid, reliving, experiencing trauma. Hopeless, dwelling upon suffering a major injury. We're gonna get you some clothes, bud. We should have them collecting webs now. You didn't get bitten, did you? Yeah, a lot of them don't have clothes. Which was not a problem in a previous fortress, but a lot of them are naked. Naked little kobolds running all over the place. Now, do we have work orders for basic clothing? I'm tempted to do the military one. It's a shame we don't have one for clothes. I guess we'll make our own. What we have is silk. Make a silk dress. If the amount of dresses available is less than 10. How do you make it so, like, adjective available? Because I'd love to make it be like, if the amount of clothing claimed. Dwarf Fort veterans, do y'all know? Is there a way to set up work orders for clothing? So that it only activates if there's no clothing for that person to wear? Like if there's no unclaimed outfits. Hmm. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, all right. If DF Hack has a thing like that, I wouldn't be against using it because it seems like something that the game should have already. Let's see. How do you automate clothing with DF Hack? Taylor. Once a day, this plugin will scan clothing situation in the fort. If there are fresh clothes available, dwarves who are wearing tattered clothing will have their rags confiscated in the same manner as the clean-owned tool, so that they'll re-equip the replacement clothes. If there are not enough clothes available, manager orders will be generated to manufacture some more. Taylor will intelligently create orders using raw materials that you have on hand in the fort. If you have lots of silk but no cloth, then Taylor will order only silk clothing to be made. You know what? I see no reason why not to. Alright. Also, my thingy's bleeding. I'll be right back. I'm fine, by the way. There. Ugh. Yeah, they were naked all winter, weren't they? But there should now be work orders being placed. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to place work orders for clothing if there isn't a goddamn tailor. God, it's mid-spring. When is this water gonna fucking thaw? In the meantime, I don't think we have any wood. Again. Nine thieving or mischievous creatures. Oh, the buzzards are back. Overcome by terror. Here they come trying to steal stuff again. I mean, like, listen, that shit's covered in a coating of deadly, life-sapping dust that killed an entire caravan of dwarves. So I ain't too worried about it. Hmm. By the way, Dragon Cat, thank you. Like, sometimes I worry that using those kinds of things is cheaty, but then I realize I don't think it is. I've figured out a lot of this game's core systems, but there are some things that I feel the game should automate, because that's a degree of micromanaging. Trying to babysit all their individual clothing needs is going to eventually become a Sisyphean task as the fortress gets larger. Although, I'm noticing no one's doing those tasks. True, but I do think that, like, it feels... Me personally, the accomplishment of, like, creating a very well-functioning fortress and surviving in a difficult place comes from feeling like I've done that legitimately instead of using tools to make it easier. But I don't think using tools to automate the clothing actions in a way that the rest of the game automates other processes is cheating in a way that makes that victory any less earned. See, we have a lot of cloth. I think it... Does it check it once a day? I think it said once a day. We really need to start cleaning this mess up. Alright, enough of getting distracted. Bituminous coal can be used as, fuel, right? I mean, that's what it's used for. I mean, duh. Vanilla, the only real way to handle clothing is to just regularly sell or destroy refused clothing with a work order for enough clothing for the entire fort, which is messy and complicated. It's one of those things that I think could use being integrated into the game, like how work orders need a manager to do paperwork for them to work. But mods are a good stopgap. I guess that's fair, yeah. I know that folks are very passionate about this game as well. All right, let's see. Where's our staircase here? Malachite. Marble! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Guess what? We have steel. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing another location with the coal, which does complicate things a little. Because I don't want to tear huge holes all the way out to get the coal here, because this is where I was building something. You know? But I guess we have a bunch of coal already. Let's see. I'll have a cleanup of this area later. I'm not a big fan of the layout, but it does its job for now. Okay, I do realize something. The lack of wood is a problem. This project needs to be done now. I get a sneaking suspicion I'm approaching this project wrong. Because the goal here is I'm going to dig an extra barrier. I'm going to dig around this I'm going to dig a channel. I'm going to build like a couple of supports in here to hold the floor up. And then I'm going to separate the central flooring from everything. And then I'm going to rig up the mechanisms to the supports, pull a lever, and drop this floor all the way through all of these layers down to the bottom. And that should make a, like, leave the shape of the cave intact, right? Cow's cooking. Don't worry about it. Somebody's cooking. Looking at some stuff that folks were making. We attracted no migrants this season, but who cares? Because we've got fucking thawed out water. Oh my god, did the horseshoe crab get washed up to the beach? But anyway, it's time. It's time, baby! Pull the lever! We still don't have what we need to make the fucking corkscrews, but we'll have the water ready to go. What the fuck? Did my game just crash? What the hell just happened? What? What do you mean? Hello? How did... What? The entire ocean just teleported? Can someone enlighten me how that happened? Because I am reloading our save because I'm livid. Because the last time I tried to use the ocean for something destructive, it flowed like 5 blocks every 3 weeks. It instantly filled the whole fortress. But how could it be pressure? That's not how the water pressure works. Okay, well, on the bright side, if the veterans of Dwarf Fortress are baffled, then at least I know that it wasn't my fault. Water pressure works, but not like that. And I know this because I opened up a gap in the past. Every single time. What? Everything filled instantly. I'm... What? What? Yeah, but this is a bug. Then is there literally no way we can... Because the game hitched for a second and then the whole place flooded. Has anyone experienced this bug before? God, 30 minutes. We're gonna lose a lot of shit. Not sure how much we were doing in the last half hour, but it was a lot. Emptycaskets ain't so empty no more. It's full, but it's not full of corpses. It's full of water. Unbelievable. Yeah, the alternative is losing the fort due to something that was not my fault. The only thing I could guess as to what happened there is twofold. There is an outflowing river directly above, like to the north of that spot. But that wouldn't explain why it just instantly filled every floor with 7 layers of water. Because it wasn't the river, it was the ocean. The only other thing I could think of is the ice being thawed out so abruptly. Because of the recent thaw, the water behaved weird. What all did we lose? Ah. I mean, the thing I'm frustrated by is, like, I'm not against fun. I mean, we bought tickets to the circus not that long ago, and our previous fort, Silent Shores, got overrun by undead. But, like, I don't mind fun if it was something that was my fault or part of the game's core systems. I don't like fun when it's a result of a weird bug that, by all accounts, for everything I understand about the way this game functions, should not have happened. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to pull the lever now and leave the floodgate open and see if the same result happens. We're just going to let things run. I'm not going to bother doing any work. Sudden ocean syndrome. I've never been more baffled by an event in my life. I thought it was a visual bug until I saw that the cave spider was dead and realized that, no, this isn't a dream, this is real. Oh, well. See, that fills my heart with joy. Like, yeah, that was catastrophic, but if everyone in my chat that's, like, more, like, that are veterans to Dwarf Fortress are like, what the fuck? Then I know that it was an abnormal event. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it didn't flow. It just... You are uniquely snake bit when it comes to tech, I swear. Yeah, that does feel like the case. I might have stumbled upon an unreported bug. Well, do they still call him the Toady one? Hey, can we submit this as a bug report to Bay 12? Hey man, I found a new bug. You're welcome. Gremlins in the system. God, we have to wait like half an hour as well, I think. So y'all read any good books lately? I don't want to really do anything in the fortress that is going to get undone when this inevitably happens again. I gotta see. I can't figure out how to word this. Opened floodgate and fortress was instantly full of water. I'd say if it happens again, make a separate save and send it. Oh, wow. Because I can't find any information on the instantly part. All I'm getting is a bunch of experiences people have had of, like, water malfunctions, which is not what happened here. That wasn't the result of, like, me making a mistake with water pressure, because I understand how the water pressure works. The further, like, when water falls due to gravity, it will immediately rise all the way back up in a U-bend to one block, one Z level lower than where it started. No research I've ever done on the water pressure says that if you open an ocean to your fortress, it will flash step all the water into every available space immediately. I do not think that's how this game works. The gate's already open. I guess we could close the floodgate. And save, yeah, and then save once the water thaws. That might be better so it doesn't just happen immediately without warning. Also, can't help but notice the spiders are just loose in the base instead of where we want them to be. Well, they have food. They have water. I guess I could just let them kind of do their own thing. While we wait for the ice to thaw. So the water is supposed to go through this open space, down into this chamber. And then this chamber would fill. And then I'd have water. I would have water pumps here and here to desalinate the water and make it available to the fortress. The only thing I could guess, again, is that this room is going to overflow. Liquid pistons. Interesting. Well, there's a magma piston. It's based on a clever abuse of cave-in physics. Oh my god, I think that's exactly what happened. Cave-in physics. I don't know, I might be wrong, but either the snow or just the ice itself. There might have still been ice that hadn't thawed out, or the game was still registering there being ice left, even though for us or visually there wasn't. The second that we opened that, it was like all the ice had fallen into the ocean and displaced all the water into the next available space. That's at least my guess. If that's how, like, the fucking liquid pistons work, because that's what it's saying on the wiki regarding, like, the magma piston. Channel out an area around a huge stone pillar. This will become the piston that drives the magma to the top. Then, once the tank has been filled with magma, drop the piston, removing the support. Liquids displaced by a cave-in will teleport straight up to the nearest available space. Here, the surface available space will be the catchment area you thoughtfully prepared earlier atop the piston. Okay, so here's what I think. I think that's correct. There's some weird bug going on with the ice melting. That's so crazy. I mean, the ocean is a terrifying ocean, but it snows and freezes along the river, too. And I don't really know how to check. That is wacky. That is wacky. I'm not even mad. I'm just, like, fascinated. Getting my mind blown over here. I mean, if it happens again, I feel like there's a way we could weaponize it. We just make a tunnel that leads into the fortress, and so when a vile force of darkness shows up, we pull a lever, and they're just instantly underwater, and they don't know what the fuck happened. That's wacky. Oh, wow. It's a shame I kind of just gotta sit around and wait. I didn't even realize the climate here was going to be this cold until we embarked. Because the one directly across the Ocean of Ruin, there was no snow. It was just like, you know, a more milder climate, and it's not that far away. I think it'll thaw late spring, early summer. Is there a way to make the time go by faster? Starting a new fortress adventure is preceded by an updating world process. You can use this tool at any point. I don't want to mess with anything that might break our entire world. Well, c'est la vie. What, do y'all remember what season it was when I pulled the lever? Oh, what? How did the spider die? Sure wish I could look at the goddamn log on that one. How'd they manage to... Did they crush it in the goddamn door? Alonia is upset. No, no, that spider didn't die. It was the big spider that died last time. I think it was late spring when the water started to thaw. My best guess is that a kobold got bitten, which is a thing that can happen. And they responded by killing it. That, or the giant cave spider killed it, but I don't think the cave spiders are hostile to each other. There aren't any cats, so the cat didn't do it. How are y'all doing? It's certainly less eventful this time around. I was kind of expecting more undead to show up. Just got out of D&D. How was it? 5th edition? Or some homebrew stuff? Well, in fact, I'm going to change the music to something a little bit less dreary while we wait. I'm regretting embarking on an evil glacier. I have no wood and I must scream. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just being too afraid to stay on the surface out of fear of undead showing up. Although it's less of a threat here. It's more like the mist, the fiendish ash, like what's happening right now. Fiendish gloom. I mean, we could just find out what happens when that touches somebody. It's not like we're going to keep this timeline. But I think it's already passed, because I think it's going north. Yeah. No, it's going southeast. Hmm. Spelljammer. Ooh. We're going to do a coup to stop the Astral Elves from eating planets and also stop the now dead Emperor's plan to have his corpse shot into the sun to become a god. Well, alright. That's certainly above and beyond what I was expecting. Hell yeah. I've heard of Spelljammer. I haven't played any myself. Or run any. Come to think of it, I haven't really run 5th edition in a while. I do Dungeon World now. All my knowledge on Spelljammer comes from Zebashu talking about Hold Person on his YouTube channel. There's one lone kobold stuck on a sunny desert planet with snake worshipping cultists. And they can't leave because they don't know magic, so they can't actually run the ship. Poor bastard. Whoa. Okay. Now, what we do is we save. Save to a new timeline, and we'll call this timeline Water is Fun. Alright, well, I honestly think that there should be a different kind of song. Let's see, what would be funny? That would be funny. The Water is Fun timeline. Alright, everybody, moment of truth. If this is a reproducible bug, I will be thrilled and disappointed. And we'll have to figure out how we're gonna fix it. Once in a lifetime, I don't have that on my computer, unfortunately, by the Talking Heads. That's a good one. I'll have to work with the next best thing I've got. Which is to say, this one once we get it. Let's see. Alright. Pull the lever! I'm sure nothing will possibly go wrong! Yep, there it goes. Oh my god. I think I might have figured it out. Well, everybody is dead. So I think I figured out what happened. So I don't know if it's because I'm a dumbass. And I don't even necessarily know if that additionally would cause the issue. But wow. There are just wide open gaps above this floor. This is supposed to be ocean. But that, no, there should be, okay, hold on, pause. Shouldn't there be... Oh my god. The cave spider resurrected. It's undead. So the ocean... Wow. Wow. So question. Would that still be the result if there was that much open space? I think I know how we fix this. Wait. Why are they resurrecting now? Nothing resurrected in the butcher shop and nothing else resurrected on the beach. Is the water itself causing it? So did the ocean actually collapse? Is that what was happening? All right. So here's my potential solution to this problem. I don't think there's any situation, Cal, where trying to turn something into an undead monster that's nigh unkillable is actually what we want. Alright. Let's go to the water is fun timeline. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to cover those two openings. I'm going to cover them with walls. Because I think what it just needs is that it needs for the water to actually settle and displace, and once it does, it should be fine. Theoretically. Alright. Because I thought that maybe... Yeah, okay, never mind. There isn't a bunch of open space above this. There's not. Because if there was, when we dug into it, it would have flooded the fortress immediately. So I'm not really sure what's happening there. All right, pull the lever, Crunk. Maybe this time it won't result in an instant catastrophe. That area is instantly full of 7-7 water. Instantly. Wow. Well, all right. Phase 2. Surely the water pressure doesn't work like that. Oh my god, can someone... What mining projects are you currently busy with? Fuck, I don't care, man. Someone else do it. Oh my god. Grumpy little shit. Oops. Oh, god damn it, of course. Gang, it would be so super duper swell if you were to just do that job first. Egg on my face. We're having another project. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. They just don't want to do the work, do they, sweetheart? They're afraid that doing the work would get them all drowned. Young lady, get off my desk. You know damn well not to get up here. And yet you do it anyway. The spray bottle had no effect. I would have been better off not spending the money on it, if I'm honest. Let's see. What other tasks could they possibly still be doing? Oh, for fuck's sake. I wish there's a way to pause certain mining tasks. Like, without having to do this. What? Obake, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was Star Wars? There we go. Here we go. You ready, Obake? You ready to see everything end in disaster? Either it ends catastrophically or things are fine. Things are fine. I think it just needed to equalize. right? So now there is an opening to the ocean. The water isn't overflowing. I think it was something going on with the, I think it was some kind of weird piston behavior. I think that might have been what was happening. Which one of these gives me the option to save to a specific timeline? Is it save and return to the title menu, or save and return and continue playing? This is important because I would like to hold the other save so that we could demonstrate the bug and maintain that. You missed it earlier, Obake. Basically, earlier we opened that floodgate and it instantly fully filled the entire fortress with 7 layers of water and drained like a huge chunk of the ocean to do it. Hello? Am I still here? Hello? I guess folks don't know. Alright, save and continue playing? Zala Sur, thank you so much for the follow. I was trying to figure out, does, like, Dwarf Fortress Vets, which of these buttons lets me save to an alternate timeline? Because I want to save this. I guess we could just quit without saving. Because now that we know that behavior, we can keep the other... Yeah, I'm just going to quit without saving. Oh, Zephyr. Oh, you missed. Oh, you know what you missed? Here, let me show you. And then we will continue on the old save now that we know how to handle it. Welcome to Water is Fun. Water is fun. It's fun. Let me put on some appropriate music. Oh, I flooded the fort all right, but in a way that I don't think you're prepared for. In a way that mystified everybody in the chat, including the veterans. So here we have our setup. We have a lower room to flow the water into. We've got our open gap. We've got everything locked up tight. So watch me pull this lever. Ilmok, you're about to have a bad day. And... everybody is dead. Instant ocean. With one simple switch flip, you can kill everybody. Call now. And massive amounts of water was drained. Full 7 layers of water. Wild. Who's left? Mickey? Oh my god, I just realized the only reason anyone's alive is that they're in their bedroom sleeping. They're not even in their bedroom sleeping. Oh, you're sleeping. Oh my god. Don't open that door, Mickey. What the fuck? Oh, Fame and Infamy. That was weird. Sorry about the hardcore rock music there. It would be funny, though. Bye, Mickey. They are drowning. All right. Quit without saving. Nope, neither of them were miners. All right. Continue active game in our normal timeline. That's crazy. All right. So the simple solution is to just cover the holes because it's some weird piston behavior happening with the water having thawed and then suddenly having a gap to go into. I mean, we could drain the ocean into a massive hole, but then it would allow other undead creatures to arrive. My question would be, if we drained that entire section of the ocean, would it refill from the rest of the ocean and the rest of that massive pool of water outside of the map? Yeah, I figured the ocean had infinite sources or something of that nature. All right. There. Now we can return to our regularly scheduled programming. That should be sufficient to save the day from a catastrophe. All right. It's a shame because most of this was dug out by time that disaster happened, but we're going to have to redo it. All right. This ought to get them on task doing other things. This should never have been a priority dig site. This should have been like 2 or 3 levels down in terms of importance. There we go. With HFS... Yeah, I knew you could drain stuff off the map edge, but I was just curious because it would be interesting if there was a way to basically drain the ocean into the underworld. Especially if you've got a big ocean. Lucky is completely naked, but hopefully... Hopefully that'll be sorted soon. I've forbidden them going outside still, right? Yeah. Alright. Now we should be good on this front. Oh, I don't even have a stop. Add new route. Wait, what? No, 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 no. Bold of me to make a wood quantum stockpile when we barely have any wood. Oh, well, I mean, I don't necessarily mean flood hell for the sake of killing the demons. I mean, sorry, excuse me, flooding the circus to kill the clowns. But I mean, just doing it because it would be funny. To like empty an entire ocean into a deep glowing swirling pits where it will never return, completely removing an entire body of water from the world. There. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I had the forethought. All right. Well, I mean, thank goodness that we had that happened when it did, because if it had happened right before summer and then the game saved, I would have been way less charitable about it. I think I'm very patient, even when things go wrong these days. But that level of catastrophe, I think, would have been like past my limit of what I'd be willing to tolerate. If we could prioritize all this wood gathering, that would be swell. We've got a strange mood that didn't happen last time. What needed item do you need? What is your issue there, bud? Pictures of a forest. Stacked leather. God, you fucker. That's like the one thing we don't have. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. I'm glad I paid attention to that. Pets, livestock. The only creatures left. I don't think giant spiders create leather. This song, right now, this exact second, this is called Bloodening. It's part of that list of songs by Nintendude. Like the other one, Gigaflare, which is, this one. I've never been able to find the artists beyond, like, these songs in their, like, I don't know where to find them. They feel like lost media to me, if I'm honest. Yeah, that one was, the other one was the Bloodening. We can't kill the boar, Zephyr. Here's why. The boar is part of the caravan that was here earlier in the year, who died to a cloud of, let's see, devilish ash, which coated their skin, and literally within seconds, they all dropped dead. Every single thing over here is coated with this instant kill dust. There is no safe way for us to get anything out of this pile. Hi, Wolfie. Our best option is to continue to forbid pieces of wood until the poor bastard gets some, until we can get some leather later in the year. The little ones will also make spider webbing infinitely. Stacked cloth, a forest. Yeah, I don't think we have leather. It was one of the few things we didn't disembark with. Our only hope, as much as it's going to be a pain in the ass, is to literally stall until we get another goddamn... I mean, can you make leather out of chickens? Because we could slaughter one. We'd be down a chicken. I mean, yes, chickens have skin. I just don't know if there's chicken leather. Alright. Which one has claimed the box? Nest box unclaimed. I guess it doesn't matter then. Wait a minute, hold on. How do you make leather again? Cancel, 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 cancel. Let's not turn this into chicken run. I realize we don't actually have a tanner. So there's a chance that we might already have materials lying around from when we slaughtered the horses and pig earlier that we can make leather from that. The one time I don't try to prioritize it is the time that we need to. Tan hide requires a tannable body part. I guess they must have eaten it. All right. Now, if only there was a way for us to get the stuff from that caravan without it killing anybody. Ooh, instant. Have y'all grabbed all the wood that y'all can gather from outside? Can y'all finish doing that? So at least there's no, like, loose wood lying around that's gonna bother me. Moody Dwarf is gathering items. There we go. It was a sacrifice that needed to be made in order to save the life of one of our kobolds. Oh, what now? A forest? Stacked leather? We don't have enough leather. No, they need cloth. Is no one making cloth? For fuck's sake, let me guess. It's not the kind of... Hold on, I bet you I can figure out exactly what the problem is. Well, never mind. Knowing our luck, it's probably plant-based cloth, which we don't have. All we have are plump helmets. We don't... Yeah, because guess what? If y'all recall, our goddamn stuff got knocked into the water during a civilian alert. And that was where all of our rocks... That's where all of our plump helmets were. Wait. I'm a ding-dong. Damn it. The only pigtails that are growing were the ones that were there. They're dead. Our best bet is just keep an eye on the mushroom ground and just every so often forbid a piece of wood. Although we're running out of wood to forbid before they won't have any more to gather. Nether cap. That's the most frustrating kind of Fey mood or whatever, is when they decide, I want this one thing. Like, cloth doesn't matter. It has to be a specific kind of cloth. Did I just see them on the stairs? Hold up. I guess I didn't lock the door. If only, the woodpecker sighed. The bark on the tree was as soft as the skies. The wolf hunts alone, hungry and lonely. Howls to the moon, if only, if only. No one's outside, right? Dig a little faster, Graves, before the plant dies. Oh, come the fuck on. I swear, they stop right before what I need so many times. Yeah, cloth is so indistinct and hard to tell which one. Are you going to gather immediately for me? Thank you. There don't seem to be a lot of immediate threats, and this is a very wide open space. However, I do need to immediately lock them in, or they're going to all go wandering into the caves and die. I think thread is cloth, so we need... God damn it! We should have pigtails, though, right? We have a single pigtail. Oh, thank God. Okay. Pigtail, pigtail, pigtail. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, Jesus. A bunch of elk birds just stormed up out of the caves. A lot of elk birds. Get them! Get them! Get their asses! That's free fucking stuff! Quickly, before it kills the rest of the fortress! These things are threatening! Oh. That's not ideal. Okay, okay, okay. I think we're okay. They don't need pigtail. Whatever they want, it's not pigtail cloth. It means it's got to be animal wool, which we don't have access to. Did the spider not even fight at that time? How do you get them to gather these and butcher them before they go bad? Or not butcher them, but process corpse. How do you do that? Because I've never been able to get them to... Extract? No. I don't know how to make them take the bodies. They always rot. Does anyone know? You'd think that horsehair would count, like horsehair thread. That's like from an animal. Hold on. What? What is horsehair thread then? Alright, gang, I don't want to unpause until I can get a clear answer. I'm sorry for asking so many questions. How do I get them to gather the dead bodies? These bodies are meat. This is meat and other food. The elk birds can be caught, yes. Unfortunately, we don't have any traps set up. But what I'm trying to do is not catch them. I'm trying to process the corpses. I don't think so. Work orders tab, set tasks that butchers corpses if there are butcherable corpses available. What? It's not the surface, ding dong. Labor. Standing orders. Automatically butcher carcasses. Is someone gonna do something, or... Set a task to butcher corpses if there are corpses available. There are not that many corpses. How many corpses? Okay. There goes the last giant fucking elk bird. giant cave spider is injected into... Oh, the venom is injected into the elk bird blood. Injured. Ability to stand somewhat impaired. Whoa, God! Problems, problems, problems! Oh, fuck. Elk birds are not to be fucked with. This is very bad. This must be... Okay, so this part of the room is considered in the terrifying biome. This is not going to go well, but we only have one military soldier. Frost? Oh no. Oh no. Where's Frost? I'm not accepting this as a loss, by the way. And the reason for that is because this only happened because we are losing a goddamn kobold to a Fey mood because they want a specific fancy cloth. We wouldn't have opened the caves to look for any and it didn't even matter. You are too far away, god damn it. Run! Nope, they're dead. I don't know how you're alive. She's not gonna win this fight. Elk birds are notoriously Oh my god, never mind. Mangled corpse. Where's the other one? We lost our spider. There were two. Where's the other one? Okay, they're both dead. But where is the other one? Its corpse is mangled. Who killed it? Spinner. Oh no. I don't know what killed this one. It's unclear. I have no designated area for this. We gotta keep an eye on things. I unlocked the front door in the hopes that it would help. They are not mangled and they are very close to the ocean. They are likely to come back. In fact, no, you don't even need to station. It is fortunately on the other side of the doorway. That's what the lever's for. This is the only way we have to get rid of the corpses. That's the only hope we have to get rid of the dead bodies, is to throw them into the smasher. We've got flails. Oh, no! No, 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 no! She's sleeping, like always. They always come back from the dead when they're sleeping. I'm actually livid about how often they just get murdered because they're sleeping. Oh no! Vilkas is dead. This is grim. I really and genuinely think this happened because of our malfunction with the fucking mechanisms. We would have been on the right track. There wouldn't have been any reason to go into the caves. These things wouldn't have gotten into the fortress and killed everybody if the game hadn't bugged out and flooded the whole place because of some weird, obscure interaction. I'm like legit. I would have been much more on board with this as like a disaster if it hadn't been the result of like the timeline's events changing due to a fucking game-breaking bug. Our doctor is dead. I'm making an executive order. Sorry. Y'all might not like it. Normally I would roll with punches like this, but I feel like this happened due to the game fucking us when it behaved unusually. But hello, NT. I'm a little salty. Give me a minute. I do appreciate the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. We've been having a bit of an issue with our fortress. Mainly a bug that flooded the whole thing with water when it shouldn't have. Like, we didn't get a Fey mood before, and if it happens again, I'm just gonna not worry about it. That's, again, another 30 minutes of time lost. Also, this music is giving me agita. Shut up. I'm gonna put the game's music back on. First thing I'm doing, the second we come in, we did not... Dutch Flig. First thing I'm doing is forbidding the caverns. And here's how we're going to roll with it. 1 second while I turn on the music. Frost awoke with a cold... I think Frost. Frost snapped awake in a cold sweat. She had just had a nightmare. A very vivid nightmare. Watching the entire fortress fall to massive undead elk birds emerging from the caverns. The caverns that, for the last several days, had been completely exposed to the rest of the fortress. This realization sent a chill down her small spine, and she quickly went to rectify the situation, locking the door to the caverns and forbidding any entry into the levels below until they had a more established military to handle such a threat. Additionally, we now know this room has the potential to resurrect the dead. A terrible vision of what must have befallen Silent Shores. If they are to have any hope of reclaiming Silent Shores, then they cannot allow their own fortress to fall to such careless mistakes. An ill omen from an evil ocean. Once again, one group of citizens is Lucky, you are... and they... Then Frost heard like a banging on the door and realized that they were missing somebody. And let him back in and then bopped him upside the head with their hand like fucking Gibbs in NCIS. If you have a necromancer, yes, because usually a necromancer in your fortress will resurrect them as intelligent undead, but sometimes they will just be soulless, unfeeling husks. They'll still behave and do as they're told, but they don't have any emotions anymore. They're not there. Those are the best kinds, because then you can lock them in a room and make them pull levers for you. And they'll never need food or water ever again. But generally speaking, raising the dead is always a bad prospect. Oh, I'm getting increasingly irritated with this. All right, here's what we're doing. This is faster, and I've had to do it like 4 times. Erasing all designations except for the one that maintains its shape on the top floor that they can't reach. Do other things. Have y'all ever seen Stargate SG-1? Classic sci-fi show. I realize Stargate's not really relevant anymore. I don't know if they even make shows for it these days. Y'all remember the episode where they were stuck in a time loop and they were like playing golf and hitting the golf balls through the Stargate, and then like Colonel O'Neill just started drawing on his plate in the cafeteria and just picked it up and said, completely wacky, or like wacko. That is my feeling right now. Dealing with having to do these exact same tasks again. I think you are the same exact bold. No, you're claiming a different shop. You've claimed a stoneworker. Oh, thank God. Maybe they'll make something else. So an option to kill the water pressure from the ocean. I never knew. I didn't see much of Stargate Atlantis. Okay, what else are you fuckers mining? What's left to mine? They might just be sleeping. Oh. Right. Ugh, God, the Sisyphean task of smoothing these walls for the 3rd time. Nothing beats executing somebody by holding them halfway through a Stargate and then turning it off. Hi, Dingleberry Harvey. Yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking of that. Just going slowly mad, redoing the same tasks again and again. What needed item do you want? You fucker, of course you want stacked leather. Well, the good news is that we have discovered this area is reanimating. The bad news is, it is where I've chosen to build my goddamn hospital. So, I'm leaving it there, because I think that will invite some interesting outcomes later. But for now... It's so weird to me that they resurrected in the hospital. Oh my god! Never mind. I can't believe this. Our test. Our fucking test. The test that we did to check to see if things were safe was done literally like 4 or 5 tiles away from where it would have actually given us the information we needed. The hospital is just outside the radius. Literally, if we recall, there were dead ones right here. I think the butcher shop is literally sitting on the fucking border. I think it is sitting on the very edge, just about of where the dead will rise again in the terrifying ocean biome. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? That'd be like in The Thing, you do the blood test, and, like, I don't know, the thing hasn't fully infected the body yet. It's like the hand is the only part that hasn't been converted by the thing's, like cells. So you do the blood test, and the guy's like, fine, and then later he turns into a thing anyway, and you're like, what the fuck do you mean? How are things going for the kobolds today? It's so funny to me how often you show up immediately after things go catastrophically wrong. Like, it's fine now. You missed the catastrophe, and this is the 2nd time that's happened. The first time that happened was you asking how things were going and then stepped away as the circus unleashed all of its fucking clowns upon my goddamn fortress. Any second now. They should go for the leather. Any second now. There we go. Oh, thank God. Gypsum, hematite, conglomerate, chicken leather. Question for veterans. If we were to make a stockpile of highly valuable materials and had a set of workshops that only would let you access those materials, like, how do people make the kobolds or dwarves use specific stockpiles to make specific, like, make artifacts out of specific material? They work secretly. And that's a bright side, at least. But that was a wake-up call, I think, for the fortress. And as funny as I think it might be, we might need to make an alternative entryway into the hospital. Fortunately, this is supposed to be the clean water basin. I'm going to actually... It might take extra time. We're going to make a water basin here. And we're going to have them bucket water over there. And we are then going to completely lock down this hospital from the rest of this death trap of a room. You can forbid anything except the high-level materials to force them to use them. Oh! Hi, Brodo. That's interesting. Okay. They made a conglomerate bracelet. He offers it to the bright future. To bright future the hopeful. All Craft's bold ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with chicken leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of conglomerate and hematite and menaces with spikes of gypsum and chicken bone. Okay, we have overcome another catastrophe. Bay mood settled. I do like the narrative that we spun with that, though. That, Frost, our captain of the guard, had a horrible nightmare and basically a prophetic vision of the death of her fortress and everyone in it. And took steps to fix it. Bay mood settled. Outcome. Chicken bracelet. Chicken bracelet. Junior. Normally, I try to avoid save scumming because I don't think it is... I think it goes against the nature... I think it goes against the spirit of the game. But every so often, I would accept it if it feels like what happened was a result of, like, things that didn't feel intended. Right? Yeah, I figured that, Rose. So it would just be like, if we have a stockpile that has all of our materials in it, then it's just a matter of having a separate stockpile for just the highly valuable stuff, and then just forbidding everything but that stockpile, and they'll grab all the good shit. That's interesting. Brodo, I think you misunderstood. That was... Brodo, that was the joke? That was the joke. Chicken bracelet. Junior. Chicken jockey bracelet. All right. I think the worst is behind us, I say, as a storm cloud filled with evil shows up or something. Fuck. Man, if we had gathered all the wood topside, you know what? There's nothing evil happening at the moment. Get the wood and then bail. Whoa, nope, never mind. Never mind, the buzzard's back. Never mind, shut the door. God dang it, Ma, the fucking buzzards are back. Those things would... Why is it always birds? Why must it always be birds? A cloud of fiendish gloom has drifted nearby. Well, I guess we'll find out what this does to birds. I mean, if they even stay around. Well, there's a magpie right there, so I guess... Well, the magpies are like vermin, so it wouldn't even do anything. Wait, where'd the gloom go? Where'd the gloom go? Did it, like, drift into the edge of the map and then immediately drift back off? I wouldn't be surprised. But no one's going outside today. Oh, Shady, we know. Shady, you missed it earlier. So, you weren't here, I think. A cloud of devilish ash swept through the area, killed a dwarven caravan that had shown up because they didn't have a place to do that. They didn't have a trade depot to go to. It coated their skin, and they all instantly dropped dead. And then I'm like, oh, we could probably get that stuff. And then immediately 9 giant buzzards showed up, swooped across the map, and stole like 80% of their stuff and immediately left. I'm sure they died instantly because of the dust and ash, but still. Funny. Okay, once the water thaws, we'll have a situation. Okay, so I'm getting a little confuzzled as well, I think, about the layout of the fortress for some reason. Also, can we please, for the love of God, make some fucking clothing? Who's Splint? Oh, I guess he fucking healed and he just left his splint on the damn staircase. Giant buzzards and ravens. I love this kind of stuff from Dwarf Fort. Confuzzled? You've never heard that before? This game does so much interesting shit with its world building. Some stuff I don't want to talk about because it's like deep spoilers. And I don't know if we'll ever actually see it until I do adventure mode. But just like the concept of like a drifting cloud of dust and ash that has variable unpleasant effects on anyone that gets caught in it, whether it be turning them into mindless, aggressive undead, killing them outright, or some other thing, right? It raining various unnatural there's just interesting ways it goes about building its world. We're fortunate that this one didn't seem to have any evil rain. Speak of the devil and it shall rain. There's so much stuff to the Dwarf Fort you'll never see in adventure mode because it's locked behind stuff that you can't embark a fort on top of. Also a ton of stuff you can embark atop of, but you're just statistically really unlikely to. Yeah, I know of a certain thing. I know, like, there are... I don't think that's a spoiler. I think that's just interesting information. There are layers for all the mega beasts. So rocks and minotaurs and cyclopses and dragons and hydra, they all have a lair. But they are invisible. You don't see them on the map. So the odds of you actually embarking on a tile with a fucking lair of a mega beast in it is very unlikely. Though I imagine it's happened, And I imagine it was lots of fun for whoever did it. It was a very brief and very startling and quick amount of fun, but it was fun nonetheless. The uber macaques are just part of the Untamed Wilds. All creatures in an Untamed Wild are giant. Has the water thawed yet? It has! Alright. Let's save our game. There's also one hostile, which I think... Good night, cow. What I think is amusing to me is that I think it might be the same horseshoe crab. The horseshoe crab got killed by the water freezing into ice, and then when it thawed out, it came back from the dead, and then it got frozen, and it died, and it unfrozen. It's alive. This thing comes alive every season. I also love all the dead bodies falling into the sea after the ice melts. Alright. Game saved. Pull the lever, Crunk. This time we're prepared. There it is, too. There we go. And now it should be safe to deconstruct these walls, because there's nothing down there. There we go. And in fact... my concern is that... I'm about to test something. My concern is that that did not make equilibrium, and opening that floodgate again might cause the exact identical thing to happen. The fortress has attracted no migrants this season. I wonder... we finally managed to make some degree of headway after all of this kerfufflery. Schrodinger's horseshoe crab. I don't know if it's alive or dead until the ice melts. Yeah, we got a lot of unhappy kobolds. If we can get, like, we don't have wood, so we need to start our metal production. This whole project was in service of making a tree farm, but unfortunately, without any wood, is all the fucking gross fog and smoke gone? I think it is. I'm taking that risk. There's one thieving, mischievous creature, but it's gone. And we thus return to where we started. I'm going to keep an eye on the surface just in case. I think that actually makes it more interesting. I think the ocean being where things rise from the grave is a much more interesting thing than the whole map. Because it makes the ocean a uniquely dangerous place. And it limits all undead to being aquatic or semi-aquatic in nature, which I think also gives us more interesting threats. Also, are we not making clothing? I can't remember what the body wear is called. Handwear, leg wear. I can't tell if it's, like, worn or not. It doesn't say it's worn. I'm beginning to suspect they're not making clothing like I want, so I'm making them do it. I really wish you could designate a web collection zone like you do for gathering materials, so that they won't gather web outside of where they should. All zombies and undead are aquatic, yes, but we're more likely to get undead sea life because they spawn undead in the ocean. It's not just, oh, anything can live in the ocean. It's just that because the ocean specifically is reanimating, we're more likely to just see zombie, like, sea life over anything else. At least that's the hope. Also, this is the third fucking time I've had to do this. Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm aware that there are sea monsters in this game. The thought is a dreadful one. The thought of an undead sea monster, which would be basically the aquatic equivalent of a giant land-based creature like a minotaur or a dragon, being undead would be catastrophic. All logs have been gathered. Lock the doors and pull the lever, provided that there's no one else out, at least no one up the stairs. I really wish we could get this stuff. It's so unfortunate. Okay, I need 2 wooden corkscrews and 2 wooden pipe sections. And these are priority. Pudding stone. Lots of pudding stone in this area. Enormous wooden corkscrew. Workshops, machines, fluids, screw pump. I'm probably going to make another manual save after, because I doubt it would happen, but just in case somehow the screw pumps decide to do the same thing. Well, we can start giving them cabinets. Because I think we have a couple of those lying around. I've realized giving them chests is a little excessive. Because they don't really use them. That's one screw pump. And 2 screw pumps. All right. Save and continue playing. If you find bones upon the shore, run. The ocean is deep, endless, and dark. It will remember all things. The salt will strip the flesh from bone. Anyway, let's start pumping some water. A little messy, but that's okay. Can y'all not go into the fucking pool of water? Okay, cool. Alright, no more pumping. No more pumping. Stop pumping. Stop pumping. I think that ought to be sufficient, don't you? And now, we designate this area as a pond. For water. And then we designate this area as a water source. And now, they should start bucketing the water. Needs undisturbed thread. All right. Now, do we have cloth? We have cloth, right? We should have a cartoonish amount of cloth. All right, cool. Make some goddamn clothes. What we have is silk, right? We have a lot of silk. Silk dresses. Make... Yeah, you know what? Let's start with just make 10. Make 10 silk dresses. 10 silk trousers. And 10 silk shoes. That's cloth. What? Where did those orders go? They just vanished from the workshop. Oh no, there they are. Have a good night, NT. Good luck with the water, and thanks again for the help. No problem. I feel a little sheepish because I thought I didn't feel like I did as much. I did that much. I'm like, here are the things I use. Cool, see ya. But I'm glad to help. If it was helpful, it was helpful. I'm glad I could help. Sheepish, but you're a spider. I am? I mean, I'm looking around and I'm like, it doesn't look like I'm a spider. Are you sure? I think you're talking about another guy. Okay, this one will be for finished goods. don't glue extra arms onto the jester outfit. First off, where the hell are you gonna glue them? The outfit's barely even clothing. I've got the sleeves and the collar with the little jingly bells, and then the rest is just some strips of cloth hanging over my front and backside. And a little strip to hold it around my waist, so that it doesn't just flap like crazy everywhere. This one will be furniture. Which should hopefully mitigate the amount of stuff. Can't spell spider without imp. Pretty sure you can. See, some of these critters are just vermin. Now I'm afraid. You know what? We're gonna do one more thing. Save and continue. I want to see if this will happen again. You'd think you would have equalized, right? And it wouldn't overflow a second time. What's the worst that could happen? Okay. So, I guess that's just what happens. I guess that... Well, here's the bright side. That is absolutely something we can weaponize. That is something we can weaponize. Like, genuinely, I'm wondering what would happen if we dug a secondary channel to the edge of the map, smoothed and built fortifications, and then pulled the lever. Do you think it would just drain the entire ocean instantly? What happened was a weird bug where the icy ocean is being instantly displaced into our fortress as if a cave-in had happened on all the water, causing every single bit of water to instantly teleport into the next available space, which happens to be the fortress. Well, that's the case, Sab. Like, when I say liquid pistons, magma pistons, this is how they work. They have a pool of magma underneath it, and then a place where they want. And then they just drop a big pillar of stone into the pool. And what it does is, well, it instantly transposes all the liquid that got displaced into the next available space. It's definitely something that players want to keep, but I don't know if the way it's acting right now is intended. Because it seems like the ocean is acting like it's being caved in on when it really shouldn't be. Cool. Okay, clothing is being made. I'm really, really hoping this means that some of our naked kobolds will actually put some damn clothes on instead of complaining. Humiliated, dwelling upon being uncovered. Restless, dwelling upon being able to rest and recuperate. Hopeless, dwelling upon suffering a major injury. Gratitude, remembering being rescued. Horrified, reliving being attacked by the dead. Lucky is having a lot of negative memories right now, and it's going to have a profound impact on his personality. He's clothed! He's wearing clothes! Oh, thank God. It seems that only children refuse to put clothes on. Thank God. Finally! That might make some happy thoughts. God knows he needs them right now. This big project is specifically meant to be one for gathering, for trees. Because the caves are too unsafe, especially after what just happened. What are the... Wait, I've got notifications, but I don't know why. It said I had 2 pings, and I don't know what. Weird. Anywho. God, I love these fucking stockpiles. They're genius. I think we might be able to start actually cleaning things up and making it nice. Because God knows we're going to need a mist generator ASAP. In fact... that might be perfect. Oh, there's not enough people hauling water. It might not be suitable. The bucketing plan is not exactly working. There's not enough people doing it, and I don't know how many buckets we have. We have a lot of buckets. He felt content, sleeping in a very good bedroom. Attend meeting. She was content after putting on a finely crafted item. Yay! Ah, it's so nice of them to have fucking clothes now. I think we might be able to start actually doing some fucking work around here. It is now summer. Frost! After having that prophetic dream, it was only a matter of time before our caravan tactician was inspired or taken by some kind of strange mood. What? How? How did they die? There's nothing... It didn't say, like, completely drained of blood. It didn't... What? They died in bed. But how? Vilkas. Y'all know Final Destination, right? Vilkas was one of the ones that first died to the undead elk birds in the other timeline. They were one of the first to go. Not the first, but the second. They were killed in the hospital. Is this the gods trying to reassert the correct timeline? What are you carrying? All conglomerate. Fortunately, they're outside of the danger zone, so what our first priority is going to be is that I would like to maybe set up a tomb. Do we even have a room we could do that in? As morbid as it might be, we have to get rid of the body, otherwise it'll start to stink, and people are already really on edge as it is. That's probably the most peacefully I've seen a kobold die so far. I don't know why. Because, like, if they were injured, then they would have been taken to the hospital. Surely. You are like a busy bee, Frost. What are you doing?
Seek fluid intake.
I'll drink some water, Zozo. Horror show. Okay, sippy. Is nobody gonna haul the body? Oh, for fuck's sake. Who is claiming the dead? Okay, I think the fill pond plan isn't exactly working, is it? Is no one gonna bury them? I swear, this happens so much that without there being any hatchlings or children, no one buries the dead. Like, there's two that have no job. The fucking coffin is accessible. Okay. See, it's been assigned and everything. Why did it show them as being resurrected? It showed their glowing, floating eyes. Frost has begun a mysterious construction. I didn't realize Snacklu had a lover. Frost is their lover. Yeah, Frost has been taken by a Fey mood. We also, Noipale, we lost Vilkas, who died mysteriously in their bed with no known cause. I don't really know why. They were our doctor, too. Were they injured at some point and they just never got treatment? Because it would have listed an injured kobold. No migrants. Can someone... Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we might as well just lock the damn door. Let me double check to make sure no one is trying to bury the dead. Let me look at the labor screen. Workers gather bodies. Workers save corpses. Maybe that's why? I really wish you could prioritize certain tasks like that. Another conglomerate bracelet. This is a conglomerate bracelet. All Craft's bold ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned conglomerate cabochons and encircled with bands of oval-cut tiger eyes. This object menaces with spikes of conglomerate. On the item is an image of standard silence to the conglomerate bracelet. What? Frost. You've made a recursive bracelet. You made a bracelet with an image of itself on itself. Which I imagine the image of itself also has an image of itself on itself on itself. An image on itself, 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 on itself. I'm alright. Anyway. Mystical. Well, it is 10 p.m. I would normally keep going. Alas, I had promised some friends that we would hang out and watch some Game Changers, so I'm going to be hopping out. We've got a fortress established. Disaster is dancing at our doorway. All it takes is some misfortune and untimely accidents for everything to disintegrate. Especially with this. I'm wondering if we could get away with... Quick question for the chat, for the experts. If I were to put hatch covers over these gaps and lock them when they're not in use, if I unlocked them and ran the pumps, would it still drain water from the opening? Wait, I know how we do this. Oh no, I'm so stupid. Hold on. Actually, in fact, I think it'd be a little bit more interesting. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you make it out of the material that I want you to instead of whatever? What do you mean? What do you mean we'll need to make one? What material are you missing? Why is it saying we're missing material? Wait, are we... What? There's no way. What? Hello? That was super weird. It was like the materials didn't exist anymore. Don't you dare. You are so naughty. I don't understand you. Well, we're not doing anything until this. We're going to save after that. Like, basically, the water overflows into the base whenever that floodgate is opened and these holes are not covered. But if we cover them with drawbridges, then we can have a separate mechanism to close the drawbridges so that they are covering the holes, like so. And in fact, and then theoretically this should work. The bridges work with the lava, and they worked with the water at the previous fort. I have no reason to suspect that these things covering it won't serve the purpose that they need to, which is blocking the water from crashing my fortress. All right, Sizzle. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, that's like super efficient. And then all we do is we just drain the water. And then we have an infinite source of weaponized hyper water. We have fucking an infinite source of fucking like trans-dimensional ocean water with which to drown our enemies. Also, I'm realizing it wouldn't be ideal, but it would be an interesting way to deal with threats inside the hospital. They would resurrect. But if we had this lever outside of this room, then we could lock this room down and flood it. But on the bright side, the goblins will never take this fortress. If they get inside, I'm just going to pull the lever and drown them all. Hell, we could set up a... Oh! Ooh, that's a great idea, actually. Oh my god. Here's my final thought. We set up a civilian alert zone that is in a separate safe area disconnected from the rest of the fort. In that room is a lever that opens this floodgate. If the place is overrun, we have a fucking drainage tunnel set up that we would obviously set up secondary. So we would pull the lever, it would flood the fortress, and kill every goblin inside. And then we would close the floodgate and open a different one to drain the water. The water would probably take a season to drain out, but I mean, all the corpses would either be drowned or undead by then. Fortunately, I think they wouldn't be undead unless they were in the hospital. There. Once this is linked, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you guys so much. This was fun. Despite some of the hiccups, I think they actually ended up spelling out some interesting world building and story. Provided we don't do that constantly. You know? I think it works once in a while, and the only reason I would roll back when something disastrous like that happens is because it all happened because we had to reload our save already. Due to the water bug. But now that we understand how the water glitch works, we are back on track to where we were. And the forgotten timeline, I think, can still play out as a part of the story, even if we undid it. Do we not have any bins for the blocks? Oh, right! We don't have any access to wood. You know what? That makes a lot of sense, actually. Whoops. But that's okay. I will probably play a little bit off stream because I'm enjoying it. But I will let you know if anything seems like it's starting to go tits up. I'm going to pause it and save it for next time. They're back. I'm shocked I don't know if these are the same ones or if they're different ones. One of our biggest things we need is we need to finish that big mega project. And that's something I kind of want to do. Off stream. Not off stream. You know what I mean. I want to dig this because this is taking so damn long. And there's no real reason to inundate you with it. And I'll probably record it once it's done and I do the whole drop the things from a little higher floor. Shady, quick question for you. If I set up some support beams up here, disconnect this floor, the one that hasn't been dug out yet, from the walls, set up the mechanisms set up a lever connected to the supports, and then I had all of these 7 other floors dug out. If I pull the lever with the cave-in, smash through every floor, and leave the exact shape that I already had pre-set up, would it basically make a vertical shaft of this exact shape from the cave-in? I might dig it a little deeper, too. Hell, I might dig it deeper and a little bit wider. That way, we have a large chunk of area for plants to grow, and then we have an interesting shaped vertical shaft around which to build stuff. Yeah, that would be very fun to see, which is why I would either record it or do all the digging first and then test it and then unload the save so we can do it on stream, just so I could make sure it works. But I believe this is fully hooked up. The floodgate is closed, just in case. When you say only floors, stop it. I'm assuming you mean custom-built floors. Wait, okay, no, hold on. Then let me clarify here, because what I mean is that the support beams would only be on the top level. They would only be up here. There would be no support beams for the rest of the way down. From my understanding of how people do controlled cave-ins, they're dropping a lot of weight on a lower floor, and if there's a gap underneath that floor to a floor below, it would carve through it. I've seen cave-ins in my older fortresses tear holes like fucking multiple levels down because I would build everything 1Z level below the others. Anyway, pull the lever, Crunk. There you go. Bridges retract, and when they're covering it up, nothing disastrous happens. Okay, okay, only constructed things. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna be setting up a lever in a completely different room. And I'm going to literally put up I'm gonna barricade the room so no one even wanders in because they felt like it. That way, the supports are destroyed completely free of any possible way for our kobolds to die. But yeah. Good. Excelente! Saving to this timeline. Off we go. Thank you guys so much for watching. This was fun. I just want to keep playing Dwarf Fortress. Have I become a Dwarf Fortress streamer now? This game is just so addicting with its like emergent storytelling and writing and world building. The way that you can just fabricate your own narrative is, I think, the part that makes it so addicting. But we will be doing Kaizo tomorrow, I promise. Friday will be Ape Escape, I promise. Not to say we won't finish Ape Escape and do more, but I said I was going to do Kaizo tomorrow, so Boo will be there, and I'm not going to just cancel mid-stream. But, yeah. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid, because I'm running a little behind, and I don't want my friends to be waiting too long. Boo is playing Chivalry. We've raided him 2 days in a row. I want to give him a break. Although, I don't see a lot of other people that I know. Caffeine! Actually, you know what? This is a fun opportunity. Caffeine Kobold. They're very funny. I've only gotten to see one of their streams. I haven't really been in aside from that. I was watching them do like a death, like I think it was a Death Link playthrough of a bunch of different games with friends. Yeah. Raid Caffeinated. Caffeine. Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of funny that we're raiding a kobold after doing Kobold Fortress. Caffeine Kobold. I think I spelled that right. Yes, our raid message will be here to cause mischief. And then the leer. They're currently doing art. They are doing PNG tuber art and rigging. And then it looks like they might do some Cobblemon later. That'll be fun. But y'all behave yourselves, all right? Despite spreading mischief, I wanted to be the fun kind. Don't be naughty. But thank you all so much for watching. And as always, until next time, stay out of trouble.